Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We like that. Thank you.
We do have steak recipes over here. One for $60 and two for $100. For $79 and $15 and $3. Also, we have a trial off the floor. They're big, so big. And we always have that delivered also. I may have to make the steak test, so we can do an hour. We also have a can of beans over here that you can grab and pull out. Sugar and then you can put that in. We're not going to do some more.
Operate Science Livestock, raising Chester, Duron, Crossbred show pigs. Ryan has judged across the country, just to name a few of the state national shows around the country that he's judged. State Fair of Texas, San Antonio Livestock Exposition, the World Pork Expo, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio State Fairs. We are very, very privileged to have Ryan with us this evening working with our young people. Thank you so much for
Well, thank you for that, and it's indeed a privilege to have the opportunity to be here this evening to work through the Hog Show and work with the young people and kind of go through there, and I guess to be honest with you, tell you what I'm thinking and tell you what I'm seeing, and I hope everybody kind of enjoys this show here this evening. The bear we start the class with is one that I think from a balance standpoint does so quite handily within this contemporary group. He's a hog that gets out and handles his feet and legs relatively good in terms of the way he gets out and goes. You know, maybe not the crispest topped one, the shapeliest back one, but at the same time one that I think from a design standpoint and still yet having some body and belly and feel to him kind of meets checks a lot of the boxes within this group. The one in second, I really like the design of this gilt, the extension up through her front end. You know, maybe if we could just drop a little body and belly in her, soften her up through the middle part of her body, put a little more cover over her rib, it makes that pair even closer because her design wise, the way she gets out and handles her feet and legs, awfully good. 3 and 4 gets a little closer for me. The bear in 3, I think he just wanted, again, gets out and handles the ring just a little more comfortable in terms of his feet and leg placement. He's a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip. Like to extend him there and level him out, kind of crank his tail up just a little higher as it comes out of the top of his hip, but still yet one that I think from a flexibility standpoint is awfully good. Lots of muscle in the hog that we have here in 4. Like the dimension in him, maybe one that wants to waver just a little more out of his hind leg in terms of his placement. Like to change him there. Good class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. Good class of Berkshires here to work through, particularly as we get up here in the top end of this class. And the bear that wins the class is one that's just got such a good look from the side. You talk about one that's extended up through his front end. The way his head and neck comes out of the top of his blade is awfully unique. Still yet has good shape, good kind of muscle behind him. And when he gets him in that kind of a speed and that kind of a drive, that one looks awfully, awfully good. Nice bear there to win the class. The gilt we have in second. Love the blade and form in this gilt. The openness that she has in terms of the squareness and power down her top line. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. Maybe wants to get just a little more pinched right there in her ham-loin junction than what I'd like to see. More than anything, you get back behind her and watch her go. Not quite as coordinated off of her hind two in terms of her foot placement down at the ground. Just like to take her a little easier kind of a step, a little more coordinated, if you will, in terms of the way she gets out and goes. 3 and 4 gets a little closer. The bear in 3 is one that I think you like in terms of the depth of body and flanking that guy. One is good in terms of the openness that he has to his blade, his forearm. Maybe not the crispest top one in terms of shape and expression up high. We could square him there. He too's another one that maybe wants to push the envelope just a little in terms of his hock placement. Like to change him there just a little, square him, bring him back inside of himself. The young lady's bear that we have here in 4, good pattern one from the side. We get up on top and behind him, and I just got to see a little more true muscle shape, a little more true power in him, crisp him up in his top shape, give him more dimension back behind in order to move up. Excellent class here once again. Please congratulate these exhibitors. Very good class here to work with. We've got 5 out here, and yet I think the quality goes awfully good within this class. The bear that wins the class, I think, is one that is just a little truer in terms of his skeleton. When you study him from the ground up, he's wide-chested and then he's square-toed. He comes at you square and true up through his front end. Big kind of blade and forearm in that hog, right kind of condition through the middle part of his body. You know, maybe you could like to crisp him just ever so slightly in his top shape, and yet that's being awfully critical of one that's got a really, really big back laid in him, lots of spread and lots of dimension. No doubt the young lady's gilt that we have here in 2, you want to just talk about the depth of groove or depth of sharpness of turn in terms of her top shape. She definitely has the advantage there, extended up through her front end. You get to watching this gilt, and maybe she gets just a little higher in her jump muscle, not quite as coordinated off of her hind 2, and when they come right at you, she kind of wants to roll in her front foot just a little more than ideal, and again, that's being very, very critical of an awfully nice Berkshire gilt. Hogs in 3, another one that you like in terms of having some bone and foot size, some stoutness to him, maybe one you'd like to change just a little bit on their feet and legs, have them get out and go just a little more comfortably in order to move up any higher. And as we come down here in 4 and 5, good pattern 1 and 4, extended up through their front end, maybe just get a little more tubular through the middle part of his body, doesn't have quite the dimension as you get back behind him. And the bear in 5, lots of muscle, lots of power in this guy, like that about him exceptionally well. We just got to have him get out and be just a little more comfortable in terms of his feet and legs, move just a little easier on either end of his skeleton. Very nice class here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors. Well, before we select our champion, Berkshire, if you would, congratulate these 3 exhibitors out here in the ring. You know, as we work these top end or we get these class winners back, you know, as we work through each one of those classes, I thought these were the ones that definitely moved themselves on up to the forefront and got to the top end of that class. And yet, with that said, I think there's one that maybe just puts a little more together, if you will. I don't care if you're talking about body shape, mass, just overall dimension, and yet still stays in a very, very comfortable package. You know, the only thing that I don't know if he excels in is maybe brain power, because that one don't act like he's just the most intelligent one in the world. Awfully good barrel. Young man that wins the heavy class is going to have your champion.
Marine. Second place for the heavy class, Abby Carlisle.
As we get out here for your reserve, I guess again, we can talk about each one of them a little bit individually. The lightweights of Barra that you really thought in that class one with the shape and dimension of muscle that he has, good kind of design from the side. Love the pattern of this middleweight, the extension that he has up through his front end. He's sound enough in terms of his feet and legs, and yet every once in a while he kind of wants to overstride just a little bit out of his hind leg. And then you've got the second place skill in that heavy class that comes out, and again, in terms of body and flank and just mass and power, and yet Stills gets out and goes. I commented in class, I like to square just a little bit in her toe up front, but it's still an awfully good kind of an individual. The second in that class will be your reserve.
Reserve weight champion, Abby Carlisle. Entering the ring now is class number 1, Durham.
He takes a more fluid stride off of his hind leg. I'll be the first one to tell you, man, I'd love to stouten up his bone just a little bit. But after you say that, that is the flexible one. That's the balanced one. That's the one that's still got plenty of product to him. Young lady's gilt that we have here in 2, no doubt has more shape and expression as you get in the upper part of her top line. Big blade, big forearm in this gilt, and yes, she's heavier boned and bigger footed than the one that wins the class. However, when you get off to the side and you get to study in this one, she gets a little straighter, a little more upright in her shoulder, doesn't take quite as long and fluid of a stride off of her hind 2. She's a little shorter out of her hip. But we could just relax her in her shoulder, get her out in terms of her length of stride, makes that pair even closer. Really good bear that we have here in 3 as well. Really like the pattern in him, the extension up through his front end. Good kind of shape in the upper part of his top line, and yet at the same time another one would just like to change a little bit in terms of his length of stride on either end of his skeleton to have him get out and take just a little more fluid kind of a travel, if you will, in order to move him up any higher. We come down here in 4, 5, and 6. Young man's bear there in 4 is one that you really appreciate in terms of having shape and power and muscle. Gets a little shorter, a little crestier about his neck. Like to change the pole in him, just extend him up, throw his blade forward just a little in order to move up any higher. Love the depth of body and flank, the bone and foot size in that one. Awfully good pieces there. Just need to extend him a little bit. Young man's hog in 5. Good pattern from the side, extended up through his front. Gets a little more harder, a little more tubular through the middle part of his body. Like to drop a little more flank in him. And the young man's bear here in 6. Another one that's sound and functional on his feet and legs. We just need to power him up just a little in terms of muscle dimension. Good class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Third place, James Ritchie. Second place, Kelly Sherwood. Third place, Darcy Charles. Fourth place, Ethan Miller, Elijah Gaten. And sixth place, Xander Freeland. Entering the ring now is class 2 of girls.
Good class, yet a challenging class if you get up here, and because there's things about each one of them that you have to be impressed with and be very appreciative of, and yet maybe each one of them you'd like to change one or two in just a little area or two. Young Lady's Gilt that wins the class is one that I think excels the class in terms of one that's wide-bodied, opened up in the center part of her rib, still has good dimension as you get up on top of her and view her from behind. She's sound and flexible in terms of her feet and leg placement. Man, I'd love to kind of thin her neck out just a little bit, extend her just a little bit further up through her front end, but that's still a good pattern gilt, very productive looking gilt that gets out and handles the drive exceptionally well in terms of her feet and legs. Gilt in two, maybe a little taller shouldered than the gilt that we have that wins the class, one that you like in terms of her overall length of body as well. Maybe one that's just a little flatter through the center part of her rib than maybe what you'd term ideal. As you get to comparing her with that gilt that wins the class, she's the one that maybe gets just a little softer down on her front foot, kind of wants to flip-flop or paddle up through her front end just a little more than ideal. And yet she's the other wide-bodied, stout, muscular hog within the class. Maybe one you'd like to see, as I said, just change her rib design. The unique one is the one in three. You take this one from his hip forward, and I like so many things about it. He's the really jet-fronted one. He's the one that comes out of the top of his blade in terms of his head and neck. Bone, foot size is awfully, awfully good. Get back behind this guy. I just got to see more power there. I got to widen him out at the top of his hip, give him more power through the center and lower part of his ham. He's sound and functional on his feet and legs. I just got to have a little more muscle dimension as we get back behind him in order to move him up any higher today. We come down here in 4, 5, and 6. Again, a good class. We got a real productive bear over here that maybe one you'd like to change just a little on his feet and legs, gets a little softer down on his front feet, doesn't come at you quite as good through the base of his chest floor. Young Lady's Gilt here, another one that's very muscular in terms of her build, not quite as coordinated off of her hind leg. Like to just give her more squareness and trueness from her top of her hip down to her foot in terms of the way she goes. Then the young man's bear is another really extended kind of an individual. Just need to open him up all the way through, give him more muscle dimension. Great set of kids out here that are working hard. Let's congratulate them.
First place, Taylor Goodwill. Second place, Yaneli Arendo. Third place, Tyler Gibson. Fourth place, Emily Miller. Fifth place, Elsa Torres. And sixth place, Jose Ramirez. Entering the ring now is class 3 of the rock.
not to sound like a broken record, but a little bit of the same as the class before in the fact of some very, very unique and different pieces out here, and yet maybe small little things you'd like to change. And trust me, we've got red sows at home. I know it's hard to make them, it's hard to build them, and then there's always something that you'd like to change just a little bit. The one that wins this class is one that's so unique from his underline up. I mean, you talk about one that is jet level, extended up through his front end, good kind of shape and power as you get up on top of him. He's good in terms of his pin set when you get back behind him. He's sound and functional on his feet and legs, and yet with that said, I'd love to raise him up on his front feet just a little bit, but that's being nitpicky of one that still gets out, flexes, goes, stride. His length of stride, the mobility that he has is what enables him to get over this gilt that we have here in two. Like a lot of things about this gilt as well. Big blade, big forearm, good kind of dimension of muscle as you get back on top of her, good kind of thickness as you get back behind her. She's one that's a little more hesitant on either end of her skeleton, a little shorter strided on either end of her skeleton. Like to change how she hooks up right there in her ham-long junction. You study her from behind, and she wants to close up just a little more from her hock down to her foot. Like to change that about her, but that's a very productive gilt that's got lots of power, lots of dimension. Just like to see her just a little more mobile in order to move up any higher. The bear we have in 3, another one that you like in terms of being very productive and soft in the center part of his body. Good kind of blade and forearm in this guy. Not quite as stout in terms of his bone and foot size as the two hogs up ahead of him in class. Not quite as unique and tight, quite as good in terms of his neck up to his jaw. Doesn't give you quite that elite look up front, and yet at the same time, a very productive bear, one that's got a lot of good in him as well. We come down here in 4 and 5, very productive bear in terms of muscle shape and dimension that comes out. Maybe one would like to see a little sounder on his feet and legs, like to trim him up just a little. He's pushing a little extra cover, like to just kind of give him a little more blade shape, trying to tighten him up right there in his elbow in order to move up. And the young man's hog we have in 5, another one that you like in terms of his length of body and design, maybe not quite as crisp in terms of the shape that he has up in the upper part of his skeleton, doesn't have quite the dimension back behind him. Nice class here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Second place, Reed Jones. Third place, Emerson. Fourth place, Asriel Rian. And fifth place, Leslie Baldwin. The winner is class 4 of the row.
Not a lot of numbers in this class, and yet a pair of hogs that I think moved herself up to the forefront quite handily, and yet within that pair, there's one that sets himself apart. The bear that wins this class is one that I think in a lot of different angles, when you look at this one, you love the extension up through his front end, and yet it's long, it's clean, and yet he's still got a stout skull about him, and you like that about him. It matches the bone work that he has down at the ground. Good shape up high, good kind of depth of body and flank. Awfully nice bear here to win this class. Young Ladies Guild, not to take anything away from her, because I think definitely a really high quality kind of an individual. One that's great in terms of design, good in her shape up high, still sound and flexible. You get to studying her, and I mean, I love the boldness that she has to the center part of her rib. I'd love to drop just a little more flank in her as we get back in the lower part of her body cavity. Drop a little more flank, just fill her up there just a notch. That's a tall shouldered, good balanced one that's still got shape, still got power, and still sound and functional on her feet and legs. Nice hog to be having here in second. Third and fourth gets a little closer. The Young Ladies hog we have in three. Love this one in terms of her extension up through her front end. Maybe not quite as powerful in terms of muscle dimension as those two hogs that precede her in class, and yet at the same time, she's not light muscle by no means. Good kind of shape in the upper part of her top line. Really good in terms of the elevation up through her front end as well. Maybe wants to get just a little rock forward in her shoulder. That's being awfully nitpicky of a nice kind of a gill to have here. Hog we have down here in four, very productive in his look in terms of one that's got muscle shape and power, good depth of body in him, heavy bone, not quite as balanced from the side, not quite as tall at the point of his shoulder. Like to clean him up through his front end just a little bit in terms of his neck. Really nice class of these heavyweight Durocs. My compliments. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm sure there's going to be times throughout the night that you look out there and you go, why in the world is that judge taking so long? Well, I'm going to take my time when I need to take my time, but then we're going to roll on when we possibly can. Congratulate these Red Hog exhibitors. He's one with class winners. Fun way to work through the red show, and as we work through those classes, I said, maybe some little things you could tweak about each one of them, and yet with that said, there's one that come here to play hardball. That heavyweight's your champion. Second place gilt in that class comes out, as we talked to her earlier, in terms of balance and eye appeal, and yet still combining that with shape and muscle. She's so good. You know, I'll be honest with you, if you put her in a breeding gilt class and we fill her belly up just a little bit more, I think that's an awfully good one, and she's the second best one in my mind. Young lady with the second will be a reserve. We get into this class of Hampshires, and I think we've got a pair of them that move themselves on up to the top end. And within that pair, the Young Man's Bear is one that you're really impressed with in terms of the muscle shape, the power that this hog has, and yet still stays within himself in terms of his feet and leg placement, in terms of the way he is, in terms of structurally from behind. Gets out, takes a long fluid stride, keeps his hock inside of his body the way it needs to be. Tremendous shape and power. I'd love to take just a little of that pole and crest out of his neck, just give him a little more extended look up front. And yet he's a big-bodied hog that's got muscle and sound and functional on his feet and legs. He needs to win this class. Young lady in two's got one that is dialed in terms of skin, hair, the way she's got this thing darkened up. This is a very, very attractive kind of a hog from his side. I prefer his extension up through his front end, the way his head and neck looks. We get down further to the ground, and that's where I got to change him. He kind of wants to get just a little more outside of himself in terms of his hock placement. He wants to put more pressure on the outside part of that toe. Like to square him, just bring his hock a little more back inside himself, and that makes that pair even closer. Third, fourth, fifth, sixth here gets a little closer. Hog we have here in three. Another one that's good pattern extended up through his front end. Thought of the rest of the class. He's got the most shape up high, the most dimension as you get up on top of him. I'd like to stouten him up in his bone and foot size, change how he goes off of his hind two just a fraction to make him a little more ideal. The next one comes the fourth, a really big bodied kind of a gilt that's got tremendous kind of muscle. Maybe one you'd like to see just a notch taller at the point of her shoulder in order to move up in class. Young Man's Bear has a big skeleton, long-bodied one. You like that about him. Need to stouten him down at the ground in terms of his bone and foot, open him up in the center part of his body. And the Young Lady's Bear, tremendous kind of body and flank in this one, lots of bone. We just need to give him a little more attractive look up through his front end. He too's maybe one you'd like to see just a notch sounder off of his hind leg. Excellent class. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Last eight, hand-counted results. First place, Brody McCracken. Second place, Sarah Stovall. Third place, Jeremiah Riviera. Fourth place, Avery Tidwell. Fifth, Elijah Gable. Sixth place, Alyssa Rader. Next coming in the ring will be your medium lightweight hand-counted. hard to you get a pair in here that kind of move themselves up, and yet there's still a pair of them that you like a lot of things about. The only Travis Williams class is the one that I do feel a little more comfortable with in terms of not only nine balance and stoutness together, but still yet does it a fairly fault-free package in terms of his mobility. Love the way this one comes right out the top of his plate. The squareness and shape down his top line. The fullness that he has right there in the top part of his hip. He's a heavy bone down the barrel. He's got a stout skull, a stout jaw on him. Just an awfully nice down the barrel. You know, is he the one that's the most elite neck in the world? No, probably not. Probably not the 1 and 2, just an ox better right there. But that is a very good down the barrel. Well, it's very hard to put a very big hole in. Like a lot of things about this 1 and 2, in terms of the shape and expression up to his top line, extended just a notch better in terms of his neck. A little finger right there in his pole. You know, he's a little bit of a tricky animal in the fact that he gets his head up and he carries it out there good. Every once in a while when he gets it cranked up there, you like to straighten his top line just to fraction. You like to fill him in just a little right there in his head on his neck as well. But for this pair, to me, he's not quite as low, he's not quite as low up, right in the center part of his rib, as that pair that brings us back. That pair holds up here in the top end. We come down here in the third, fourth, and fifth. Again, a lot of quality, a lot of good. A home in three, maybe tons of extension in her. You've got overall balance in her. Like to see maybe just a shot more dimension of muscle, and you get that behind her right in the lower part of her hip. Cycle, maybe one trying to stretch, one trying to fold, trying the top side of her leg, as those two hold the procedure in class. No, over the core, drop down the power and muscle on the hip. You like to stop and hit to the middle part of his body. Drop him in the flank. Equals one. Gets a little shorter, a little round around his hip. Kind of want to tell him guys those hind legs just a little more than ideal. The whole we have coming down his spine, another one in terms of bone and foot, awfully good. Laying the body, with an extension up through his front end. Other than the top five here, I didn't think he had quite as much power, quite as much dimension, like the opening up to the center part of his rib. Nice class of hamsters there. Let's get it back like this.
First place, Reed Shacker. Second place, Raiden Farrow. Third place, Kelly Turley. Fourth place, Connor Peterite. And fifth place, Cooper Sykes. Entering the ring now is Class 3 of Hampshires.
good class to work through the young lane brings a bear that I think, New Whitson and Windsor walk handily within this contemporary group here. Good kind of balance, kind of a bear, tremendous kind of muscle shakes and power as you get up on top of it, sort of onto the bench as you get back behind it. You know, ideally, I'd like to just relax him with his top line just for practice, change how he goes on with those hind legs, and keep a little silky, particularly out this left hind leg, that maybe what you term ideal, and yet love the power, love the shape, love the openness in that guy, tremendous kind of product, and you know, nice place to start this class. That man's guilty we have here in two. Another one I think just kind of follows that one that wins the class, and there's to have lots of power that dimension, the upper part of her scalping, good kind of dimension as you get back behind her. She's one that probably looks reaches just a little bit further off of her hind two, and the guilt that is better than wins the class, and yet with that said, it's a little drier and harder than the middle part of her ribs, doesn't have a lot of depth of body, depth of flank, and all that like this thing, just gives her a little more balance over the side. We come out here in three, another one that's got tremendous kind of muscle dimension in this guy, lots of dimension as you get right behind him. Not quite as scouting, but when we call him the first side, and those couple of holes up ahead of the class, he too one we like to see. Just a little more coordinated in terms of his hind leg placement, flanking around his hockey there, different change how he goes in front. So I think that his hip to allow him to go with a little more on what he got on the side. There we have here in four, Palmer Chadger, really, Jamie kind of back, from the pole, and the foot over that guy, this is the one over three, we'll do the one over a little driver there, like the softly there, got more belly, like the nice class of Hayward here, let's give it a like this.
First place, Ruth Jones. Second place, Cooper Sykes. Third place, Clayton Nichols. And fourth place, Michaela McDaniel. Entering the ring now is Class 11 of Hampshires.
said, the trail that wins the class, I think, just puts the most positives together in terms of one that's really attractive from the side. You know, you have opened up the center part of his body, just like the depth of flank. He doesn't disappoint you when you talk about the big muscle as you get up on top and behind him. Without a doubt, he's the one that gets out and flanks and goes, handles his feet like exceptionally good in terms of his length of stride. Second, third gets a little closer. The heel that we have is most selected in second. You like the shape and power of the upper part of that top line. Good manipulation as you get back behind her. Just a little drier than the other part of the rig. But maybe what you turn ideal, like the softer, if you're in order to go up any higher. The barrel we have here is 3. Another one's got tremendous kind of muscle shape and overall dimension. This one is a little more coordinated off of the time view. Kind of wants to pull the time right up underneath. Just a little more than ideal. It's a little softer up there as you go up with this is awfully good kind of work it always you will. In terms of overall muscle mass, just like you say, you know, flexibility standpoint, in order to move up any higher. Nice class for heavyweight, good work, let's congratulate you.
First place, Riley Shacker. Second place, Darren Sykes. Third place, Bella Kiskaden. Entering the ring now is your breed championship from class number 8, Brody McCracken. From class number 9, Reed Shacker. From class number 10, Ruth Jones. And from class number 11, Riley Shacker.
Good set of class winners out here to pick our champion answer. Before we do, if you would congratulate these pro exhibitors. You know, it's a lot of fun to get these class winners back out here because I think they do each one excel just a little bit in different areas, and they're all kind of unique in terms of the way they've got some things and some parts and pieces, if you will. So I don't know if it's completely clear cut, and yet with that said, to me, if you kind of see what I've done not only tonight, but what kind of I've done over the years, if you will, there's one thing that never goes out of style to me, and that's feet and legs. There's one out here that's got shape, has muscle, good design, and yet can just get out and go in terms of this feet and legs. That young lady's heavyweight will be your champion.
Breed champion goes to Riley Shacker. Entering the ring now is Darren Sykes from class number 11.
Good second place skills as we talked to her earlier in terms of shape and muscle dimension. You like a lot of things about her. There's another one that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Love the product in this one. Love the explosiveness in terms of shape up high. Lots of dimensions to get back behind it. As I said in class, I'd love to just relax his top line just a little. Have him get out and take just a notch for your kind of a stride. But this thing is a man. When you talk about muscle and power, just let your voice get it out.
Reserve Hampshire goes to Ruth Jones.
As we get into our spot show, a young lady brings one that I think wins the class quite handily, and this is an awfully good kind of a spotted bear that I think got an awful nice kind of a future for himself. Maybe going good design, good kind of body and blanking this one. Again, back that up with your stick, muscle dimension and power to get up on top of behind. Stay sound and flexible in terms of his movement. Nice bear here to win this class. Bear in two, I think most clearly follows him in terms of one that's really attractive up to his front end. Jillian has good shape in the upper part of his skeleton, like a soft to the middle part of his body. Maybe you can track it in the line from his onto his ground. But his eliteness in terms of the way he looks up through his front end, his height is the point of his shoulder, what gets you up here in second hole. Third place bear is a very productive looking bear when you talk about one that's got some depth of body, some length, it combines some muscle shape, some muscle power. And it ties a little differently from his jaw to the part of his shoulder. Like he just kind of lays up there, extending his nod up through his front end. He feels maybe one and some of it a little bit for that color pattern. But once the piece is a little right there, his hand on something like he's changed that around in order to move him up. Everybody's bear in four, sound, flexible, moving out of the back. Maybe one you'd like to open up the center part of his rib, drop just a little more funky in order to move up, and the other lays over we have down here inside. Another one that you like in terms of just having lots of muscle shape, lots of muscle power, like to scout him up and home and foot side. He does one, he can soften the middle part of his body. Excellent, excellent time for his lightweight spot. Let's congratulate him.
First place, Blaze Brown. Second place, Kason Binge. Third place, Xander Breland. Fourth place, Mahala Morris. And fifth place, Addie Guest. Entering the ring now is class number 13, Spots.
Interesting class of spots to work through. The young lady's guilt that wins this class is the one that I think just puts the most positive things together. When you talk about one that's balanced from the side, extended up through her front end, still opens up big and square as you get up on top of her, and still handles her feet and legs good in terms of her length of stride on either end of her skeleton. I think just kind of the combination guilt, if you will, of the class. Young lady's hog we have in 2, I think most nearly follows her in terms of 1 is tremendous in terms of the way she comes right out of the top of her blade, the squareness that she has from her blade to her hip. Yes, I'd like to level her out of her hip. I'd like to widen her just a fraction as she comes right to you, but within the contemporary group here, she's the one that has lots of shape, lots of power, lots of dimension in the upper part of her skeleton. The barrel we have here in 3. A lot of good things can be said about him when you talk about one that's extended up through his front end, still has lots of overall dimension of muscle. Down at the grounds where I got to change him, he's one that doesn't get out and go quite as comfortably on either end of his skeleton, gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hind leg. Like to change that about him in order to move him up. And the young lady's gilt that we have here in 4, tall shouldered gilt, really extended up through her front end. Maybe one that gets a little farther forward in her shoulder, gets a little drier, a little harder through the middle part of her body than we term ideal. Like to drop a little extra condition on her, drop more flank in her in order to move up. Nice class of spots here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 13 results. First place, Keelan Guest. Second place, Addie Guest. Third, Keelan Guest. And fourth, Emma Jones. Next will be Class 14, medium, heavyweight spots.
Interesting class of spots here to work through as we get up here in the top end. Maybe you'd like to change just a little bit about each one of them, and yet there's still tremendous amount of quality, tremendous amount of good. Young Man's Guilt that wins this class is one that's just absolutely tremendous when you talk about shape and power as you get up on top of her. Comes out of the top of her blade exceptionally good, carries that dimension down her top extremely good. Lots of muscle shape and power out of her hip through the lower part of her ham and stifle, and yet still gets out and goes in terms of her range of motion on either end of her skeleton. I'd love to change just a little bit of that neck in her, make her just a little tidier there in terms of the way she is in the lower part of her neck, just give her a little more elite look up through her front end. But that's a powerhouse when you talk about muscle shape, dimension, and can still get out and handle it. I do prefer the look up front of the Young Ladies Guilt in second. She's tall shouldered, she's extended up through that front end, she's a little thinner in her pole. Like those things about her, we get up on top of her. She's not wide as the Guilt that wins the class. She's not as powerful through her hip and ham. Most importantly, she's of the top pair. She's a shorter strided of the pair. She's a little more restricted off of her hind two. We could just flex in her and get her going just a little easier. We can move her up in class. Young Ladies Guilt in 3. I had in the top 2 for a long time. Love the overall muscle shape and power in that one. Another one you'd like to change just a little out of her hind leg. She wants to pull it up underneath her just a little more. She gets a little tighter right there in her flank than maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to soften her there, change her off of her rear too, and we can move her up in class. Young Man's got a great pattern Guilt that we have down here in 4. Love the extension in that one. We just simply need a little more muscle dimension all the way through, widen her out in the lower part of her skeleton. Very nice class of Spotted Hogs. Let's congratulate them.
Class 14 results. First place, Dixon Moore. Second, Bruce Jones. Third, Taylor Kidwell. And fourth place, Stephen Guest. Up next, heavyweight slot, class 15.
fun class of heavyweight spots to work through, and within this class, I think there's one that you just land on quite easily in terms of one that brings not only balance and eye appeal from the side, but stoutness in terms of bone and foot size, flexibleness in terms of his feet and legs and the way he gets out and goes. He's still got plenty of shape, plenty of power when you get up on top of him. Nice kind of a bear here to win this class. Young ladies hog we have here in 2, I think most nearly follows him in terms of one that's very productive in his look, in terms of having that openness to the center part of his rib, depth of body and depth of flank, combines that with still having some muscle shape and power. You know, he's not quite as comfortable off of his hind 2 as that bear that wins the class. He gets a little more stilty out of his hind leg than what you'd term ideal. We can level and lengthen his hip, change how he goes off of his hind leg just a fraction, makes that pair a little bit closer. The gilt that we have here in 3, love the overall muscle power and dimension in this gilt. Tremendous kind of shape as you get up on top of her. Longer the drive wears on. You wants to lumber just a little more out of her front end, kind of rock from side to side just a little more than ideal. Like to change her off of her hind leg as well in terms of lengthen her stride, flex her out of her hog just a hair differently. Young ladies bear in 4, much can be said the same in terms of one that's wide structured, but it's just one that's just not quite as comfortable in the ring, gets straighter, more upright in his shoulder, not quite as loose out of his hip and his hind leg. Like to change and flex him in his hog just a hair differently. Nice class of these heavyweights to work through.
Class 15, heavyweight results. First place, Blaze Brown. Second place, Addie Guess. Third, Jaylee Medrano. And fourth, Sofia Miramontes. Now we'll have our breed champion drive.
Really good set of class winners out here in our spotted show, as we've done in the other breeds. If you would, congratulate these exhibitors here this evening. We bring these class winners back, and I think there's a pair of them that kind of move their cell phone up there that you have to kind of go in between and get to thinking about which one you want to land on. And I guess within that pair, there's one to me that maybe just opens up just a notch better through the center part of his rib. Good kind of shape and power, really good in terms of just the width at the ground, in terms of where he is there. I guess I've always been one that I don't care what they weigh. I'm going to use the one that I like best. Lightweight's your champion. We bring that second place in, as we talked to him earlier, really extended up through his front end, tremendous shape. There's another one that I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Love this one in terms of his pattern, his bone, his foot size. You know, I don't know, even as big as he is, if he's as wide structured as that one that we use for champion. Still an awfully good kind of a barrel. Young ladies heavyweight will be reserved.
Okay, folks. Breed champion spot is going to go to the lightweight, showed by Blaze Brown. Reserve champ, also Blaze Brown's heavyweight. Coming up next, class 16, your Poland's. Real quick, as we're bringing in this next class, folks, want to remind everybody we do have tickets to Steak Fest for Saturday night, starting at 6 o'clock. Tickets are $60 a piece, get 2 for $100. Also at this table right here, we have add-ons. If you'd like to add on to any of these exhibitors, come on up and you can fill out an add-on sheet.
Good class of Polands, and yet with that said, there's one that kind of come to the forefront quite easily. This young lady brings an awfully good one to the ring right here. This one, in terms of balance, in terms of depth of body and flank, combines that with muscle shape and power. bone, foot size, whatever you want to say about a Pollock, this one's got it. This is an awful nice kind of a Poland Barrow. The hog that we have in 2 really extended up through his front end, like that about him exceptionally well. Good kind of shape and power as you get up on top of him. You get back behind him, I got to kind of reconstruct his hind leg just a little bit, bring it a little more back inside himself, flex him just a hair differently, and yet his extension up through his front end, the freshness and shape that he has in his top line, what gets him up here into second place. Nice kind of a Barrow to be landing there in 2. Young ladies, hog we have, or young men's Barrow hog we have in 3 here. Another one that you like in terms of design and extension. Maybe you'd like to see this one just a notch stouter in terms of his bone and his foot, not quite as shapely and impressive as you get up on top of him. Change about him and just give him a little more freshness there in order to move up in class. And then the hogs we have down here in 4 and 5. Again, good body kind of Barrows, hogs that you like in terms of having some overall softness in the middle part of their body. Like to change each one of them just a little in terms of their feet and leg placement, particularly off their hind leg, lengthen both of them out in their hip. Nice class of Polands here. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
First place, Class 16, Brooke Brown. Second place, Camden Hokinson. Third place, Cody Johnson. Fourth place, Sarah Stovall. Fifth place, Bryson McDowell. Up next, Class 17, Heavyweight, Poland.
Here in our heavy class, the bear that wins the class is one that I think just puts the most amount of good in. When you talk about one that's balanced from the side, extended up through his front end, heavy bone, big-footed kind of a bear, one that's got good kind of shape and good kind of power. You know, ideally, maybe you can lay his shoulder back in him just a notch. That's being awfully critical of one that brings really a lot of dimension, good kind of softness to the middle part of his body and depth of flank. Young ladies, Hereford Gilta we have here in second. Another one you have to be appreciative of so many things in terms of shape, muscle dimension as you get up on top and behind her. She's a little shorter, a little rounder out of her hip than maybe what you'd term ideal. Like to make her just a notch taller at the point of her blade, balance her just a hair better from the side in order to move her up in class. One we have here in 3, another one that's really sound in terms of her overall movement. Of the top trio here, or of the top 3, maybe one you'd like to stouten up in her bone and foot size, widen her out in the lower part of her body, widen her out in the lower part of her chest floor. Excellent class here, these dark OPBs. Please congratulate these exhibitors.
Class 17 heavyweight, first place, Jonah Wirtz. Second, Alyssa Simmons. Third, Colton Simmons. Now for your Poland breed champ, we'll bring back Brooke Brown and Jonah Wirtz.
Out here to pick her champion, dark OPB, if you will. Nice pair of bearers. If you would, congratulate these 2 exhibitors for having a class winner here tonight. As I say, nice set of class winners out here, and yet with that said, I'm going to tell you there's one out here that I'd be nervous. I'd be nervous because I think he's got a bigger place to go later on down the road. Awfully good one. Young lady is your champion. That's an awfully nice bearer.
Brooke Brown will be your breed champion. Coming back in, Camden Hokinson, second place, lightweight Poland.
Good second place bearer comes out of that lightweight class, and as we talked to him earlier, tremendous extension up through his front end, lots of shape, lots of power in that guy. You know, as we said, we'd like to change his hind leg ever so slightly back in class. That's still an awfully nice kind of a bearer. The second in that class will be your reserve.
Reserve breed champion, Camden Hokinson. Coming in the ring next, Class 18 of the White OPBs.
Good class of white OPBs here to start off with. The young ladies barrel wins the class in terms of one that's balanced from the side, sound and functional on his feet and legs. Love the depth of body and flank in this guy. Just very, very complete kind of a barrel. Young ladies Gilt in the corner over there is second here today. Love the shape and power in that one. Love the extension. Just wanting to get a little more heated up, if you will. Not quite as coordinated on either end of her skeleton, but a nice Gilt in her own right. Third is young man's barrel here, one that you really like in terms of depth of body and length of body. Maybe to one that you like to stouten up in terms of his bone and foot, to extend him just a little bit up through his front end, just a little more than what he is, but a good kind of a barrel in terms of depth of body, flank, soundness, and mobility. Young ladies gilt that we have down here in 4. Good pattern kind of a gilt. Of these 4, we just like to see a little more muscle shape, a little more power in that one in order to move her up. Nice class of white OPBs. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Class 18 results. First place, Emmeline Miller. Second place, Kelly Turley. Third place, Branson Burnham. Fourth place, Alyssa Simmons. Next up, Class 19, light medium weight, white OPB.
We'll get into this second class here, and once again, a lot of quality and good. The young ladies barrel that wins this class is one that I think just brings the most to the table, if you will, in terms of one is stout in his bone and his foot size. Love the extension that he has up through his front end. Tremendous shape as you get up on top of him. Nice kind of a barrel here to win this class. You know, if you want to be nitpicky, I'd love to just take just a little bit of that crest off the top of his pole, but that's just being awfully nitpicky of a very, very nice kind of a barrel. The hog we have here in second, I think most nearly follows him in terms of one that's got good kind of shape and power. The upper part of his skeleton really what good in terms of the depth of body and flank that he has. Maybe a little softer down on his front foot than maybe what you'd term ideal. Causes him to maybe lumber just a little more out of his front end, and yet that's being critical of a very nice kind of a barrel, one that brings a tremendous amount of good to the ring as well. The young ladies barrel we have here in 3, love this hog's extension and length of body. Sometimes it works a little bit to his disadvantage as he gets a little easier in his top line than maybe what you'd like to strengthen him in his spine, maybe give him just a shot more dimension of muscle back behind. Awfully good class here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 19, first place, Brooke Brown. Second place, Easton Miller. And third place, Taylor Tidwell. Coming in now, Class 20, medium, heavyweight, white OPB.
Good pair of hogs up here in the top end of this class, and I think they kind of mimic each other in some ways, and yet maybe you could change little things about each one of them. Young Ladies Barrel wins the class is one that I think, in terms of his stoutness of feature and stoutness just in terms of his overall build, wins the class. Love this thing's bone and foot size, good kind of shape and power as you get up on top of him. Maybe one you'd like to change just a little right there at his ham-loin junction. Wants to get just a little weaker there than maybe what you'd like to term ideal. Wide-chested, big-bladed kind of a barrel. Nice hog to win this class. So many things I liked about this skill. Overall pattern in this skill, shapely in her top line. The longer the drive wears on, she kind of wants to get just a little tighter, a little more restricted out of her hip, wants to pull her hind leg up underneath her just a little more than ideal. You really get to breaking that pair down. When she comes right at you, she needs to be a little wider, a little bolder through the base of her chest floor. The hog we have here in 3, good kind of body and dimension in this one, good kind of overall thickness in the upper part of that hog's skeleton. Get down to the ground. I need to stouten him up in terms of his bone, foot size, widen him out in the lower part of his body, widen him and track him differently from his hock to the ground as he goes away. And the Young Ladies Barrel that we have here in 4, heavy bone kind of a barrel, good kind of pattern in him. Just simply need a little more muscle shape and power in order to move up any higher. Nice class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Class 20 results. First place, Emery Dameron. Second place, Raiden Huggenberger. Third, Brayson Hutches. Fourth place, Avery Tidwell. Next up, your heavyweight, white OPB.
three head here in our heavy class, and the young lady brings a barrel here that's just got a tremendous amount of good to him and quality to him. Really good in terms of not only stoutness of feature, but combining that with some extension up through his front end, balance from the side, good kind of squareness in terms of muscle shape as you get up on top and behind him, and still once again just gets out here, floats and handles the ring in terms of being extremely comfortable on either end of his skeleton. The bear we have in second, I think most nearly follows him from a muscle standpoint, width standpoint. He's a notch wider chested. He's a notch bolder in terms of the shape and power as you get up on top of him than the bear that we have down here in three. Maybe you'd like to change him up through his front end. He gets just a little straighter, a little more upright in his shoulder than what you'd term ideal, but still yet lots of muscle shape and lots of power in that one that we have here in second. I like to pattern the 1 and 3 from the side in terms of extension up through his front end, balance in terms of his look from the side. Just simply need a little more muscle shape, a little more power in this one. Of these three, when he comes right at you, he's the narrowest gauge right through the base of his chest floor, a little flatter in his blade. Open him up there in order to move him up. Nice class. Let's congratulate those exhibitors.
Last 21 results. First place, Brooke Brown. Second place, Ariana Haramil. And third place, Darren Sykes. Coming back for breed camp, Emmeline Miller, Brooke Brown, Emery Dameron, and Brooke Brown.
Good set of these class winners here in our white OPB division. If you would give these four exhibitors a round of applause. You know, as we work through those classes and we bring these class winners back out here to pick our champion, I think maybe there's a pair that it gets a notch closer between. And, you know, as I've said before, I don't really care what breed they are or what they weigh or anything like that. I like the ones that I like, if you will. And within that pair, I think to me there's one that's just a notch bolder in terms of the way he comes at you, a notch bolder through the center part of his rib. Love the outward turn that he has to that. He's a little bit of a knucklehead in terms of his attitude. One I like best is in the corner, the one out of class 2.
Breed champion's going to be Brooke Brown with her medium lightweight. Coming back in on the reserve breed will be Easton Miller.
Nice second place bear that comes back in, and we talked to him earlier in terms of having some shape and power up high and good kind of dimension. There's another one I thought pushed that champion exceptionally hard. Love this thing's pattern from the side, extension up through his front end. He's sound and flexible. You get up on top of him. I just didn't know if he's quite as bold right through his forerib as that bear that we use for champion. Tremendous kind of an individual in his own right. Young lady that wins class 4 will have your reserve.
Reserve breed champion goes to Brooke Brown with her heavyweight white OPB. Next up, class 22, your lightweight Yorks.
We get into our first class of Yorkshires here, and I think we've got an awfully nice kind of a bear here to start with. One is really good in terms of the freshness and shape as you get up on top of him. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. Super attractive from the side, and yet sound and mobile in terms of his movement. Nice bear here to win this class. All we have wins second. Another one that's got tremendous kind of shape and power, lots of dimension as you get back behind her. Maybe one is like it's a little tighter, a little more restricted out of her hip and hind leg. Like to change how she is. She gets a little more pinched right there at her ham loin. But tremendous shape, tremendous power in this skill. Just like to see her just a little more mobile on either end of her skeleton. Bear we have down here in 3, extended up through his front end. Maybe one you just like to see just a notch more pop in terms of overall dimension of muscle with the skeleton. Nice class of Yorkshires here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 22 results. First place, Camden Hokinson. Second place, Dominic Lerma. And third place, Heidi Phillips. Coming in the ring now, class 23, your heavyweight Yorkshire.
Very, very good class of Yorkshires here, and I guess to me you could probably swap just a little bit of different things here and there, but without question, the one for me that wins is the young lady here coming right to me. This one, in terms of one that just suits me so good from a balance standpoint, freshness standpoint, still has plenty of shape, plenty of product, and gets out and goes in terms of his feet and legs. Awfully, awfully nice kind of a Yorkshire Barrow here to win this class. The ones in 2 and 3 is where I think he gets a notch closer. The one in second, I think, is just a notch more powerful in terms of the way he is in his blade and forearm. He's a notch longer in terms of his length of body. I know we talk about making him a little shorter and a little boxier, and yet with that said, there's nothing wrong with a longer bodied one when they can hold it all together. Balance is good from the side, good kind of shape, good kind of power. To me, he's a little longer strided off of his hind two than the Barrow we're going to have here in 3. Hog in 3 in terms of one that you really like in terms of right out of the top of his blade, squareness down his top line, tremendous kind of a Barrow in that regard. You get back behind him and watch him go. He gets a little closer at his hock than the Barrow that we have in 2. Still yet, that's being awful critical of one that's really balanced from the side. You get to study in the pair as well. He's a notch shorter in terms of his hip than the Barrow that's in second as well. The Barrow we have in 4, a lot of classes we've had up to this point, we'd have this one in first or second. This is a good bodied kind of a Barrow, lots of shape and power in this one. He gets a little more restricted in terms of his movement on either end of his skeleton, like the laying back in his shoulder, change how he goes off of his hind leg. Very, very nice class of Yorkshires. Let's congratulate them.
Class 23 results. First place, Rainey Shacker. Second place, Jaden Ritchie. Third place, Rainey Shacker. Fourth place, Raiden Hugenberger. Coming in for breed champion, your lightweight, first place, Camden Hokinson. And heavyweight, Rainey Shacker.
Not a lot of numbers, but a very good Yorkshire show here to work through. And we've got our first and seconds out here to pick our champion in reserve. If you would, congratulate these 2 young ladies and 2 young men. A lot of fun working through Class 1, and we had a balanced kind of a Barrow that's got good kind of shape and muscle, and he gets out here and you really like him, and he looks kind of like a lightweight. Then we move into the heavy class, and we've got this Barrow that comes out in terms of shape and power and freshness, soundness and mobility. He's awfully, awfully good. Be honest with you, that second class was so powerful. We're going to use first and second for your champion in reserve. Let's congratulate those 2 young ladies.
Breed champion Yorkshire goes to Rainey Shacker. And reserve breed, Jaden Ritchie. Coming up, class 24 of your crosses. We have 6 classes in the crossbreed division. I'd like to remind everybody as we're getting close to winding down, folks, we still have tickets up here for Steak Fest. Tickets are $60 a piece, or 2 for $100. If you're an exhibitor and you're wanting your hog to be floored, in other words, taken on the truck, you need to come up and sign the sheet sitting up here at the main table. And we have add-ons available at this front table as well if there's an exhibitor that anybody would like to make add-ons to. Folks, if you would, could we give our judge, Ryan Seitz, another round of applause for the job he's done tonight?
good class of lightweight crosses here, and the young man's chromed up barrel that we used to win the class, I think it's kind of the combination barrel of the class. When you talk about one that's still got shape and power and dimension of muscle, combines that with some depth of body, some flank, and yet he's square on his feet and legs on either end of his skeleton, comes at you great through the base of his chest floor, big kind of blade and forearm. He's a little more true in terms of the way he goes from his hock to his foot as you view him from behind than the barrel that we have in second. Good kind of range of motion in that one as well. Bold in his rib. Nice kind of a barrel here to start the class. One that's super attractive from the side is the young lady's barrel that we have here in 2. Love that extension that he has up through his front end. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrel. He's just one that gets a little more timid off of his hind leg in terms of where he wants to put it. Like to just get him out, to kick his hock out behind his tail, take a little more fluid kind of a stride, if you will, in order to move up any higher in class. But is super attractive from the side, his balance from the side, his extension up through his front end, and yet still having muscle, what gets him up here in the second place. Young lady's hog we have down in 3. One is presented exceptionally well in terms of skin and hair. Love that thing's squareness and shape as you get up on top of him. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. Maybe not one that's quite as coordinated off of his hind 2 as what you'd like. Gets a little rounder out of his hip, gets a little tighter, a little more restricted off of his hind leg. Love that thing's blade and forearm. Love the mass and shape that he has up high, and that's what gets him into 3rd. The Calico barrel we have here in 4, productive barrel from the side in terms of depth of body, flank. Just like to balance this one a hair differently from the side. As you get off to the side and look at him, like to see him a notch taller at the point of his blade. Just give him a little more attractive look up through his front end. That one's good in terms of his bone and foot size. Just like to give him just a little more attractive look, if you will, in order to move up in class. You come down here in 5, 6, and 7. Young lady's gilt over here has got lots of shape and lots of muscle. Gets a little straighter, a little more upright in her shoulder. Doesn't want to track off of her hind leg quite as comfortably. The chromed up barrel is another one in terms of depth of body. Flank still has some muscle shape, dimension. He just gets a little narrower base down low, like you can see on that little extra dew claw that he has there. He gets a little softer up front as well in terms of his feet. And the barrel that we have, another one in terms of length of body is awfully good. Yeah, we'd just like to see him a little more muscle shape in terms of the way he get up high. If you change him in terms of the way he goes off of his feet and legs, he gets a little more strict in terms of the way he is out of his hip and hind leg and out of his hock. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 24 results. First place, Nicholas Elsner. Second place, Adrian Vargas. Third, Brinley Vargas. Fourth place, Inya Diaz. Fifth, Victoria Ramirez. Sixth place, Frida Valles. And seventh, Cooper Lawler. Up next, Class 25, medium light cross.
good class once again to work through, and the bear that wins the class is one that I think you have to be appreciative of a lot of good things. Young man's chromed up bear is one that, in terms of balance from the side, attractive from the side, extended up through his front end, still combines that with some width of chest, some power and blade and forearm, good kind of squareness as you get on top of him, particularly at this weight range and size, if you will. Still gets out and goes. Nice kind of a bear here to win the class. Young lady's Blue Hog over in the corner is going to be second. Another one that you have to be a lot of things that you like about from the side profile. He's balanced. He's still got a stout kind of a skull. He's got some bone and some foot size to him. Of that top pair, I don't know if he's quite as opened up through the center part of his rib. He's a little flatter in the middle part of his body than what I'd like to see. We could just give him a little more of a barrel kind of a rib. Yet his soundness, his mobility, he's still got shape and he's still got muscle, and that's what moves him up here in the second hole. Young lady's bear that we have in 3. A little more dimension of muscle, if you will. Big kind of blade and forearm, and yet with that, he compensates down low in terms of his feet and leg placement. He gets a little more bulldoggy fronted, if you will, when he comes right at you. He's not quite as comfortable out of his hind leg as what we'd like to see. Like to just see him get out and flex and go just a little better than what he does in order to move up any higher in class. We come down here in 4, another good bodied kind of a barrel, good kind of shape and power, gets a little flatter in terms of his feet placement, doesn't get out and handle the ring quite as comfortably, gets a little tighter in his spine as well, but a lot of shape and a lot of muscle in that guy to be landing there in 4. Chromed up one in 5, lots of shape and muscle, and again, maybe one you'd like to see just a little more comfortable off of his feet and legs on either end of his skeleton. And as we come down here in 6, 7, and 8, a lot of muscle in the one that comes across. Young man in the cowboy hat, just need to see that one softer in terms of the middle part of her body, more flexible on her feet and legs. Next pair, we'd like to see them just a little more muscle shape, muscle dimension in them, widen them out in the lower part of their skeleton. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 25 results. First place, Jeremiah Riviera. Second place, Adriana Perez. Third, Kiara Salazar. Fourth place, Robert Rogers. Fifth place, Carson Dameron. Sixth place, Marcus Rios. Seventh place, Cooper Sykes. And eighth place, Alfredo Figueroa.
interesting class to work through. In this top pair, I guess you'd say they kind of moved up to the top end of this class quite easily. And within this pair, I think there's one that I'll just be honest with you, I think there's just a lot more good to him. This one, I think you find this one a little better attitude outside and find him a little sunlight, that one can turn into a beast. That one's a heavy bone, good looking kind of a barrow that's wide chested, big bone, nice kind of an individual. You know, if you want to get nitpicky on him, maybe he wants to close just a little from his hock to the ground from behind, but I think you get him on a little faster track out there in the exercise pen, that one gets awfully, awfully good. The one that comes in second, really like this one, and from his underline up in terms of being open in the center part of his body, good kind of shape up high. He's not the stoutest thing down at the ground in terms of his bone and his foot. He gets a little more pinched right there at his ham-long junction as well. And if you really want to study, this one maybe not quite as long and fluid off in terms of his stride out of his hind two as you compare him to that barrow that wins the class. And yet one is presented extremely good in terms of skin, hair, freshness, nice kind of a bear to be landing there in two. The blue bear we have coming out next, the good one in terms of shape and power and dimension, gets a little flatter footed up front than maybe what you'd term ideal. He wants to get just a little bit outside himself in terms of his hock placement as he goes away. Like to bring him back inside of his body just a fraction, change him off of his front foot in order to move him up in class. We come down here in 3, 4, 5, and 6. Good set of hogs all the way through. The hog over to my right is one that likes a lot of shape, but he's a little more pinched in her ham loin. Young man's barrow's got tremendous kind of body and muscle in him. Gets a little tighter, a little more restricted in his movement, and the young man's barrow here as well. Lots of shape, lots of power. Change him on his feet and legs. Gets a little more pinched there at his ham loin. Nice class here once again. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Class 26 results. First place, Melanie Harrison. Second, Raiden Farrell. Third, Reagan Volden. Fourth place, Riley Thornburg. Fifth place, Lane Sneller. Sixth, Kendall Hutchison. Seventh, Branson Burnham. Eighth place, Charlie Sarr. Next up, class 27 of your crosses.
I think it's maybe the biggest class that we've got to work throughout the night, and yet the class that doesn't disappoint you as far as quality either. Young lady's a blue-eyed barrow who comes out here, and I think one that you like a lot of things about in terms of one that's big, bold in terms of his blade and his forearm, good kind of shape and power as you get up on top of him and behind him, and yet still stays collective in terms of where he gets out and goes on either end of his skeleton. Heavy bone, big-footed kind of a barrow. Nice kind of an individual here to win this class. Young lady's barrow that comes up in 2, I think most nearly follows him in terms of one that's tremendous in terms of width, the chest floor that he has, really good in his design and pattern from the side. Maybe one that gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hind leg than what you'd term ideal, like to lengthen his stride just a fraction out of his hind 2, flex him out of his hock just a hair differently in order to move him up any higher today. Young lady in the corner's got her 3rd place barrow here, good kind of body, good kind of muscle shape and power in that one. Maybe not quite as neat and attractive up through his front end, ties in a little deeper in terms of his from his jaw to his throat. Like to just trim him up there, give him a little more attractive look up through his front end in order to move him up any higher today. Young man in the orange shirt has our 4th place individual in this class. Really good pattern, extended up through her front end. Maybe one that gets a little more tubular through the middle part of her body than what you'd term ideal. Like to soften her there in order to move her up any higher today. Young lady's gilt that comes next. Another one that's presented extremely good in terms of skin and hair. Gets a little softer down on his front foot than what you'd like. Maybe wants to swing out of his hind leg just a little more than ideal. But a good kind of muscle shape, good kind of power in him. As we come down through here, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Again, a lot of quality and good within this class. The white belted one, the one that's got the feather up on his neck, good kind of muscle shape up high, wants to play out just a little bit down low in terms of dimension, change some feet and legs on some of the others. Kids have done an excellent job within this class. Please congratulate them for working extremely hard.
Class 27, 1st place, Randy Shacker. 2nd place, Emery Dameron. 3rd place, Emmeline Miller. 4th place, Darren Sykes. 5th, McKenna Rogers. 6th place, Liliana Vargas. 7th, Addison Burkett. 8th place, Joshua Madrano. Way to make a hand, Colby.
Very fun class to work through here, and as we get up here in the top end, I think we have a pair that I think come to the top quite easily, and yet within that pair, this young lady's bear that wins this class is one that within this group in terms of just having extra shape, extra muscle, combining that with a big blade, big forearm. Love the softness to the middle part of his body. Just an awfully nice kind of a bear, complete in terms of getting out and going in terms of his feet and legs. Nice place to start within this class. One presented extremely good. The young man's bear in second. Love the skin and hair in this one. Good kind of bone and foot size in this one. Maybe it's a little shorter, a little more compact up through his front end than what you'd term ideal. You get up on top of this one, and I mean, he's got a great big barrel, kind of a rib cage laid in him, but he's not quite as descript in terms of his shape down his top line. Doesn't have quite the dimension down the lower part of his ham and stifle as that bear that wins the class. We come down here in three, another one that you like in terms of having a lot of quality and good to him, good kind of depth of body and flank, good kind of productive look about him. Wants to pull his hind leg up underneath him just a little more than ideal. Like to just change the way he gets out and goes in terms of his hind leg. Hog in four, another one that you like in terms of being really good in terms of productive look. Maybe you just like to see that one change just a little bit in terms of his hind leg placement as well. Gets a little crustier up through his front end, a little shorter about his neck. And as we come down through here in 6, 7, and 8, again, hogs with got a lot of quality and good to them. Good pattern hogs from the side. Just simply need to see them a little sounder in terms of her makeup. Nice class of crosses here. Let's congratulate them.
Class 28 results. First place, Leah Vargas. Second place, Jeremiah Riviera. Third place, Carson Dameron. Fourth place, Camber Steen. Fifth place, Alexia Ortiz. Sixth place, Adelaide Charias. Seventh place, Clayton Nichols. Eighth place, Xavier Campbell. Up next be Class 29. This will be your heavyweight crosses. Final individual class before we do breed champion, reserves, and then go into showmanship.
good class of heavies here to work through, and an awfully good kind of a bear here to win this class in terms of one that you talk about balance from the side, extended up through his front end. You get up on top of this guy, and you talk about a big barrel kind of a rib cage in him. Comes out of a great drive with the back of his shoulder with shape and power and dimension. Good kind of dimension as you get back behind him. He's sound and flexible on his feet and legs. Looks like he can get out and go for a long time. Nice bear here to win this class. The Gilta goes in second. I think most nearly mimics that one in terms of from a design and profile standpoint. Good kind of extension up through her front end. Tremendous shape in this Gilta as you get up on top of her. She gets a little flatter in the middle part of her rib, middle part of her body, just like to bolden her up to the center part of her body, just give her a little more width there, and yet still gets out, flexes and goes on her feet and legs extremely good for the mass that she's got up high. Maybe it's stouting her leg just a little bit in terms of her bonus foot as well. Young man in three's got another one that you like a lot of things about from his underline up in terms of one that's good in the center part of his body, good kind of shape and power up high. Another one like the stouting in terms of his bone and foot down at the ground. Longer the drive wears on, this guy gets a little more timid on either end of his skeleton, gets a little tighter, a little more restricted out of his hip, doesn't want to flex out of his hock quite as comfortably as what you'd term ideal. Like to get him out and get him going just a hair differently in order to move up any higher. We come down here in 4, 5, and 6. Super attractive hog. Just got good kind of body and belly in him. Like to change him up on his front feet. Another one like to change just a little bit in terms of his hind leg placement. Next pair of hogs we've got, the young lady's hog is one that's really attractive up through his front end. Good kind of shape up high. Another one that wants to kind of close up down the lower part of his skeleton. Like to widen her out through her chest floor, give her more width and power. And the young man's got a barrow that's got a lot of dimension as you get back behind him. Gets a little more tubular through the middle part of his body. Doesn't handle his hind leg quite as comfortably. Nice class of these heavies. Let's congratulate these exhibitors.
Heavyweight cross, first place, Riley Shacker. Second place, Bryson Hutchis. Third, Raiden Farrell. Fourth place, Camden Hokinson. Fifth, Christian Ramirez. Sixth place, Leslie Rubio. Coming back in for breed champion, Nicholas Elsner, Jeremiah Riviera, Melanie Harrison, Rainey Shacker, Leah Vargas, and Riley Shacker.
Been a very, very good crossbred show to work through. And before we get into talking your champion in reserve, congratulate each one of these class winner and exhibitors. You know, it's been a lot of fun to work through each one of these classes, and I think, each class maybe brought you some uniqueness and yet maybe some things you could change about each one of them possibly, but a tremendous set of these crosses all the way through. You get out here, and I'll be honest with you, there's about 3 of them that I think it kind of comes down to, and yet with that said, there's one that you just keep coming back to in terms of one that's my kind of speed in terms of design, and yet combining that with muscle, shape, openness to the center part of his rib, sound and flexible on his feet and legs. Young ladies, heavy belted hog is going to be your champion.
Breed champion goes to Riley Shacker with a heavyweight cross. Coming in the pin on the reserve drive will be Brayson Hutchins' second place heavyweight cross.
We talked the big second place guilt back early, and yet one that you really appreciate the shape and power on the upper part of her top line. Gets a little flatter through her rib than maybe what you'd term ideal, and yet she comes out and gets in the mix quite heavily for me. I think there's another pair that he gets somewhat close between. To me, within that pair, there's one of them that maybe you really liked in terms of his boldness of rib. Gets out and handles his feet and legs. He's wanting to grump up just a little bit right now, but I think one that's got an awfully bright future. Young ladies, white one here was going to be reserved.
Okay, folks, reserve breed champion across is going to go to Rainey Shacker. Real quick, folks, we're going to take a short recess as we let the breed champions come back and get ready for the championship drive. Give us about 2 minutes. Just a quick reminder to everyone, we still have tickets for Steak Fest over here at the table. If you'd like to add on to any of the exhibitors showing tonight, we have add-on sheet right over here. You can fill that at this front table. And all exhibitors, if you're wanting your truck, or your animal floored, you need to come. Make sure you fill out the sheet at the sign-up table. Kelly Leg, you need a new shirt. That one's got TT on it. Kelly Leg, new shirt. Okay, fellas, I think we're ready to bring the breed champions up. Let's do the grand champion drive. Coming back in the ring for the championship drive, Coming back in the ring for the grand champion drive, Breed Champ Burke by Reed Shacker. Breed Champ Durock, Cutler Gibson. Your Hampshires, Riley Shacker. Spots, Blaze Brown. Poland's Brooke Brown. White, OPB, Brooke Brown. York, Rainey Shacker. And Cross, Riley Shacker.
Well, again, as we said earlier when we started, it's definitely a privilege to have the opportunity to be here and go through this tremendous set of hogs and work with these young people. And, you know, I'm not one that gives a lot of speeches and all that kind of stuff, but there's no doubt. I mean, it's a crazy world that we live in right now. Thank goodness for pig shows and things that we can do like this. I think it's the best way that we can raise these kids. So many things that these kids are learning, and not only to be competitive, but also to work hard and take the kind of time that it takes to take care of these animals. They're ones that later on down the road, they know that a job not done till it's done right, and they were the ones in the workforce that get it done. So whether we're talking about the kids in the ring right here, you know, there's and look at the quality that we have out here in the ring right now. I commend each one of you. This is a great set of champions that are out here. I know they're not all destined for today. There's some of them that's probably destined for 2 weeks down the road, a month down the road, and 2 months down the road. I wish you the best of luck. This is a great set of hogs out here. The ones that suit me, the kind that suit me in terms of balance and eye appeal and shape. They've got muscle. They can get out and go on their feet and legs. And yet with that said, there's one of them that just does it a notch better. The crossbred will be your champion.
Okay, your grand champion swine is going to go to Riley Shacker. And we'll be bringing in Rainey's reserve breed cross in reserve grand champion drive.
Reserve cross comes in, as we talked to him earlier, very nice, kind of a bear in his own right. Love the blade and forearm, the shape and power as you get up on top of him. lots of good things in that animal as well. You know, you can go a lot of different ways out here for reserve. I mean, I like this Berkshire Hog a lot in terms of the way he's put together in terms of product. This Poland, as I said before, that one lights me up in terms of what kind of future that one's got on for himself later on. The Duroc is a unique kind of an individual. We could go on and on about these. And yet, with that said, another one that I think just rivals that one that was used for champion in terms of being put together the way I like them. Balanced, opened up, shapely, got muscle, still sounding good on his feet and legs. I don't know if his name's Michael Jordan or not. He's got his tongue out. That Yorkshire's going to be a reserve.
Reserve grand champion goes to Rainey Shacker with the York in the tongue out. Okay, folks, we'll be bringing our senior showman in for senior showmanship. As we're winding down, folks, let's give our judge, Ryan Seitz, a good hand for the excellent job he's done tonight. Coming to us from Granite, Oklahoma.
Very, very good set of senior showmen. If you would, congratulate each one of these kids for doing an awfully good job. You know, we could work them and work them and work them, I guess, if you will, in terms of putting them in the pens and bringing them back out and all that kind of stuff. And yet, with that said, I think one of the most important things a lot of times is those first 5 or 6 steps when you're coming in that gate over there, having the right kind of speed, the right kind of eye contact, you know, getting out here, controlling that hog and having the right kind of control. There's no doubt some of them need to go a little faster, some of them need to get a little bit slower. I enjoyed visiting with the kids, didn't ask them anything just too technical, if you will, just a couple questions. My kids did an awfully good job. There's a pair of them out here. I'm not going to lie to you that I think it's awfully close. I'm sure they've probably been flip-flopped from different shows and different places before as far as in showmanship. There's one that I think just stays more consistent in terms of their speed, in terms of the way they go all day long. Maybe one that you'd really like in terms of just not oversticking a little bit, if you will, in terms of their hip or in terms of their whip placement. Tremendous kind of a showman. Done a great job all day long as well. Young lady closest to me is going to be your champion.
Okay, folks, your senior showman, Ruth Jones. Okay, we'll clear the pen and we'll bring the junior showman in. A quick reminder, add-on sheet up here. If you're trucking your hog, the floor price sheet is here. And we still have tickets to Steak Fest, folks.
Very good set of showmen out here in our junior showmen, and I think we've got about 6 or 7 over here pinned that we're going to rework just a little bit further. Again, I guess that the kids have done a great job, but those first few steps when they come in that gate, I think are so crucial, and kind of staying back and let everybody get in to where they can kind of get their own look, if you will. I think that's awfully important as you kind of start into any kind of a class or any kind of a showmanship. So again, as we let these kids go back to the barn, give them a big round of applause as we get ready to work the ones that we have pinned. Very good set of showmen up here that we pulled back out to rework. And I'll be honest with you, I like showmanship, but at the same time, it's so hard to pick between kids, and I don't really think it's like picking between kids because it can actually just change from day to day, if you will. And each one of these kids have done a great kind of job. You know, a lot of times it boils down to little things. It takes two to tango as far as the way a hog is, and, you know, the young lady with the white bear over in the corner, he's just, he's had enough of this place, and so it makes it a little rough on that part of it. But a great set of showmen. We get them back out here, and I'll be honest with you, there's one that just kind of, every time you turn around, they're in the open area. They found the spot. They're going against the grain. They get her out in the middle to where you can get found, and he did it again. Young man, you're our champion here this evening.
Okay, folks, your junior showman, Raiden Farrow. That's going to conclude the show, folks. Big thanks to our judges, Ryan Seitz. I got to say, Moore County's been represented very well in this year's stock show. big hand and shout out to all the kids, all the hard work and dedication they put into their 4-H and FFA projects. Folks, thanks for coming out to the stock show. We hope to see you at Steak Fest.